audio. There you
Well,
go.
welcome to Hamilton County TV. I'm Perry Williams, and as you know, we're here at the 4-H Fair in Hamilton County, and I got one of the staff members of the 4-H Fair out here, Maggie Harrington. Welcome, Maggie.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Well, thank you for joining us. I know this is a busy time for you with the 4-H Fair going on, but explain some of the things that you do in the front office there, and talk a little bit about, and make sure everyone understands that these 2 weeks that you're busy is not the only 2 weeks you work. Okay?
Oh, sure, of course. So the Purdue Extension staff are here year-round, of course, supporting not only the 4-H program, but all the program areas of Extension, Health and Human Sciences, and Community Development, Agriculture and Natural Resources as well. So we're here all the time, doing the work of Extension. But the 4-H Fair, of course, is a season unto itself. So very busy, really supporting all of the events and activities that our fairgoers and 4-Hers are experiencing out here on the grounds, supporting those from the backside, right, and from the ground up, and making sure that all of those events run as smoothly as possible.
Well, that's good. Now, you have quite a history at the Hamilton County 4-H Fair, because as everyone knows, we broadcast the Queen Pageant last Friday, and I think you were the Queen of 1 year, right?
Once upon a time, yes. No,
I didn't want to bring that day.
My family are longtime residents of Hamilton County, lifetime residents of
Yeah.
Hamilton County, and my brother and I were both tenure members here in Hamilton County, and I'm proud to be a product of this program. I grew up and never left.
And that's not a bad thing.
Right? I just transitioned from being a 4-H'er to being a summer intern to being a part-time employee to being a full-time employee, and they're still looking for ways to get rid of me, but they haven't found one yet.
Well,
so still
I'm sure
here.
they're not going to try to get rid of you. The question I had, and one of the things that I wanted to talk about, is the transition of each one of those as being a 4-H'er and working your way up, and how much this place has changed.
Sure, of course. Well, you know what? It changes all the time, and it never changes, right?
Yeah, right.
Because the core of what 4-H is about, those family connections, those learning opportunities for our 4-Hers, those never change.
Right.
And they get better. Right, we're so proud of our program and the opportunities that it provides for our families and our community, and that never changes.
No, absolutely.
No matter how many buildings get torn down or rebuilt, or how much the grounds expands or shrinks, those core tenets of what Extension is all about are with us always.
Yeah, and the one thing about it, through the years going by, I mean, it's all about the young people and the youth, and that's what drives this. But now, as time changes, we're starting to see things that of members of the 4-H are getting older now, and they need things, and they do things. And one example is the Master Gardeners here, and there's some kind of for type 2 diabetes program you do and stuff like that. So.
Sure, yeah. Extension is always keeping an eye on the needs of our community. That's what our advisory councils are for. Our extension board, of course, helps guide the direction of our programming here in Hamilton County, and that really helps us grow the program and meet the needs of our neighbors, of the people around us.
Yeah, I thought it was very exciting that Susan mentioned the other day. You've gone through a big transition this year. We lost a couple buildings because of progress, I guess,
Right.
and so we had to replace a building. We did some work in the main exhibit halls, and we also added on the llama barn. So there was a lot of activities. What I guess I'm saying is, we didn't have space here that we could use to teach our young and adults and everything, so you had to move out in the schools. And I was very, very impressed with Susan making a comment, when you went to each one of the schools and talked to them about it, they were open arms, that you could, you kind of took this year you kind of took the show on the road, to
Absolutely.
be quite honest.
Yes. Yeah,
So
we sure did.
that's another transition, and and a learning experience because you had never had to do that before, as well as far as I know. Right?
No, that's right. That's right. Definitely looking for a lot of alternatives this year as all of our facilities were shut down. It was never really an option for us to say, well, we just won't do that.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
we wanted to find a way that we could do it anyway, or do it differently, or do it better.
Because you know the one thing about it, people, and you know because you have children now, and you're starting over again of going through all these projects and what it takes with yours. And I know you and Robert was out here taking pictures with the kids because I think it was a scavenger hunt or something that they were doing, and so they had to have pictures and stuff. So is it exciting again to get to go through it as a parent now?
You know what? It's really fun. And even though I am a lifetimer of the 4-H program and as part of Extension, I am learning every day now alongside my own children as you know they want to engage in a project that maybe I didn't do as a 4-H'er, or I did it, but that's been just a few years ago that I was engaged in that activity, so it's different now.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
And
kids are different.
And the kids are different, and the programming has evolved over the years, and it's so engaging and so fun because I'm doing it right alongside so many lifetime friends who were 4-H'ers with me, and now we're all here with our kids, and that's fun and exciting. And I always laugh and share that when I was a 4-H'er, I thought I was working really hard. I had animals and lots of projects and just felt like, man, I was working during the run up to the fair and the week of the fair. And that is nothing compared to how hard all of these parents are working to support their 4-H'ers here. So a huge hats off to all the parents who are kind of the behind the scenes push, for their 4-H'ers to make sure that nothing gets forgotten, nothing gets left at home, or if it gets left at home, flipping a coin to see who's going to give up their parking spot and go home and get it.
Yeah.
You work just as hard or harder as a parent to stand behind those 4-H'ers and see them be successful.
So are the kids now, do they, you mentioned that you were a 4-H'er. Do you tell them that? And of course they think you're probably, oh, Mom, we can't do it that way kind of thing. Or
You know what? My children, because I have been a staff member here, they don't know any better.
Different, yeah.
They don't know any different. They've all been in 4-H since they were born, as far as they're concerned.
Well, that's cool.
This is just
and they always have to come. They're always out here.
They've
Because I
always
can
been
remember
here.
when you were working and Robert was pushing the stroller or stuff like that, and we'd see him.
Yes, absolutely.
And every once in a while, you could come out and visit your own kids, and he had to come to the fairgrounds to see you.
That's right. Yep. And our two youngest are in their final year of mini 4-H, so they're going to be moving up to the traditional 4-H program next year, and they're so excited. They're already plotting out what exhibits they want to participate in, what projects they want to try, and that's fun to see that excitement that they have.
Well, Maggie, I appreciate you coming over here and taking time out of your busy schedule and talking about, there's generations of families out here.
Absolutely.
There's people probably your age or people who inspired you to do things at 4-H are still here.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's great, and I appreciate you taking time,
Sure,
and thanks a lot. And,
of course.
Well, the fair goes on no matter
That's
what,
right.
right?
The fair goes on. Welcome to day 2.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
over here, I got to turn off the PA. And there you go.
Welcome to Hamilton County TV. I'm Perry Williams. Alongside me is Kathleen Bodie of Hamilton County Extension Educator, right?
That's right.
Is that
That is right. Yes.
That's kind of a mouthful when you have to say it.
It
right?
is. It's, yeah. So it's actually 4-H Youth Development Extension Educator. So we even have more
on
initiatives.
it.
Yep.
My
It's a
goodness.
2-liner on the business card.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So they're glad that when you have to have something printed up, they're glad to see you come.
Oh yeah. Pay by the letter.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Well, let's talk about some of the education that we have at our 4-H here, and I want to talk a little bit. Keep this in mind too. I want to talk about this year in particular of not having any space because of the construction, and you have took the show on the road.
We did take the show on the road. Yes.
And how
Yes.
how everybody was open arms to do it. So
Yeah.
kind of explain that story. It's pretty.
Yeah, so Hamilton County 4-H, we get a lot of promotion about this week, but we are throughout the year, and with our construction and some renovations of our llama barn and our exhibit hall center, those spaces were not accessible this starting in January, so we had to pivot and take our road on the show on the road, there we go, to different venues. We had private businesses that opened up their arms. We've had libraries, trustees' offices, different non-for-profit organizations allowed us to utilize their space too, churches. It was just a great partnership to know that not only we love our hub, we love being at our home, but we also can go out to others to do our educational programming. So we provide workshops to have content information, so be like cake decorating, maybe they'll focusing on certain tips that night, and so they can build on those skills throughout the year. So we really start, it is a year-round program, but usually January we kind of kick off the year, kick off the New Year's resolutions of we're going to start projects earlier than the week before the fair, and so we're going to learn some things, and so we'll have content specialists. We call them project superintendents, our volunteers. We have a vast volunteer program here in Hamilton County. I am blessed to have over 300 volunteers that have a passion in a certain area to share with our youth of Hamilton County. So we put on, about an hour workshop, or also at your club meeting. So we have a lot of clubs that usually meet here at our fairgrounds, and they also went on their road and even actually had to go out of county. So we had to pull our resources. Tipton County 4-H Fairgrounds allowed us to have some space there for our horse and pony workshops, and
Really?
and so not only here within Hamilton County, but we also had to cross the border up to Tipton.
Which is sometimes very unusual,
Yeah.
in working together, communities and counties.
Yes, and a lot of people don't realize that, here in Indiana, all 92 counties have a 4-H program, and we are part of a bigger picture of the network nationally. 4-H is also in all 5,072. You can Google me on that, of how many counties are in the United States, but our reach of the Purdue Cooperative Extension Service is what's here in Indiana, but we are part of a bigger network of the land-grant institutions across the nation.
Man, that's really exciting. But I thought one of the things when Susan talked about it yesterday morning at the kickoff banquet, about reaching out and you guys, your show going on the road, I was totally amazed that she said she wasn't turned down by, you guys weren't turned down by one single thing. So it shows, in my mind, that the community really supports 4-H.
Yes, yeah, we are just more of figuring out what dates worked for you to make sure they can continue on whatever their program. Yes, schools open their doors to us. Noblesville really helped us out with many different workshops, just being here kind of our home base where people got used to coming to, but we did travel into Fishers, in out of county, into Carmel, and things like that. So it also opened our eyes of maybe sometimes we definitely want things here, but also it's going to be an and, we'll continue having things throughout the county as well, because a lot of times our clubs meet out into the community, but a lot of our workshops, projects that the subject matter, like a dairy goat, or we got meat goat show getting ready to start here. Those workshops happen more here at the fairgrounds, and we're learning that, you know, we can travel.
Yeah, and I guess the one thing, and I think that we're seeing that actually with the show that we had here yesterday in Channel 8, is through the month of July and August, they're going on the road and they're going to meet people and communicate with people. And that's basically what you guys did through necessity, but it's something you're thinking about doing on occasion in years to come.
Yes, yeah. We had to pivot. We have another program that we do is our Ag Days, and because of not having facilities here, we had to go to the elementary schools throughout the county, and that helped us open some doors. Like, oh, well, we can come back for some other ag programs, or bringing 4-H into some different elementary schools. And I wouldn't have had those one-on-one conversations with the librarians, the multimedia people that were helping host us, that we just were utilizing their space and having conversations with them. It just like, oh, you're doing that, we can help support that effort here with Purdue Extension. And so 4-H has been an organic growing thing that I think that sometimes we have to get out of our own box and just take those opportunities to have those conversations on other people's turf, or that per se.
Well, I think we're learning that old saying about it takes a village.
Oh, we do.
To raise kids and help them, guide them in the right way, and it looks like people are responding, which is a good thing.
Yeah, our numbers of the 4-H program continue to stay steady and trending upwards, and I can imagine that with these new partnerships and opportunities of having us out in the community, having us where people are at, as well as having our additional things here, we will continue to grow and blossom, and we will look back here in 3 to 4 years and be like, wow, that was a pivoting point for some expansions, for some partnerships that we are in talks with Noblesville Schools, with the new Westfield YMCA, like just those, taking that time to
because that's probably a step you if this had not happened, you probably wouldn't have contacted the Y over at Westfield. I mean, really, I mean, and it's, you know, it's
right. If you already got what
what you need,
you're good. But it's good to also know what others are doing and know how we can help support that effort. So this fall, actually, a partnership with the if we're gonna talk about additional partnerships, not just about the Fair Week, is that we are gonna do a Chef University, a cooking class with the Westfield YMCA, because you know they're wanting youth to learn about healthy livings, and they have a kitchen there in the new Y, and so we're like, hey, well, we can come in, you have the facilities, let's come to your people.
Oh, that's really exciting.
Yeah.
Young people want to sign up. First they have to convince their parents.
Well, right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But tell them how they go about doing that. And don't you go into schools and do?
Yeah, we'll do some outreach through the schools, but yes, our 4-H season, our year, will start up October 1st. So we will kind of be finishing up here with State Fair and wrapping up in September for this year's 4-H season. And so we'll start anew on October 1st, and you can go to in4honline.com and enroll in 4-H starting then. Our target date is January 15th, so that way we can get you keyed into those projects, those club meetings start happening again, and it's a great opportunity to meet new friends, and we'll having some call outs and more promotional things where, like, oh, what is this 4-H thing? So we'll have some open houses and that here, and so that's what we will advertise in your schools for that opportunity. But our office, we are here on the fairgrounds, so please do feel free to stop by the extension office. We are in the main buildings here on the grounds all year long throughout the week, and so we'd be happy to get you information and walk you through those steps of how to select a club, how to select projects, and what those next steps are, because it really is a whole family activity. We need that support from the caregivers at home to help us with projects. It's not a anything that you come to a workshop and you're going to leave with a completed project. You're going to have some more content knowledge, more skills, but you're going to have to do some homework, right, per se, of projects at home as a family to work towards a project to bring to the county fair. And that's just a way to celebrate your accomplishments. You do not have to come to the county fair if they don't want to. It's just a great resource and a way to celebrate as a whole community.
Well, thank you a lot. I appreciate all the information you've told us about it, and I know you're going fast around here. You're very, very busy, and we appreciate you doing that.
Well, thank you for being here. Truly, thank you for covering. Thanks for providing these services so our relatives across that nation that I was just talking about, they can stream and see their youth that they want to support virtually.
Okay, thank you very much, Kathleen.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Well, good evening, everyone. Certainly a pleasure to be down here to Hamilton County. Thank you for inviting me. Have high expectations. It's a good county fair, a lot of good breeders around, and I know there's going to be some good showmen to work with throughout the evening, so I'm excited for that. This first class is already filling the expectations, leading off with a really good set of percentage does with a little bit of give and take here throughout. Quite honestly, it's pretty simple up front. I think the young lady's red arm doe needs to win. That one is the blend of build and power that we see amongst the remaining three. She's the elite one from the profile in terms of just her look up front, angled to her shoulder, her knee structure, just has a big advantage there in terms of structural qualities, yet still really good in terms of body shape, plenty of spread up high, really, really good place there to start. 2 and 3 get a little close. They're similar in their type and kind. I read just a little more head quality and just look and presentation. And the young lady's doe here in second, very highly presented, heads up, level, attractive, awesome in terms of look and build. Didn't have the same kind of body shape and spread up high as our class winner does, but certainly a great look, a great presentation, awesome job to her. Young lady in the red shirt, another one with a great look and presentation. She's got a little extra length and extension. I like that about her. She needs to come with just a little more body shape and with the skeleton to complement her extra size and stature. If she did that, I'd be confident in moving her up. Another one that's very high end in terms of look and presentation. She's done a great job with her. Young man's doe here in fourth kind of just doesn't match the pack here. If this was a market doe class, she'd be moved up for sure. That thing is big back, big muscled. That is just a stout, kind of dense skeleton type of a female. The problem is she gets a little bold in her shoulder, a little tighter and harsher in terms of her midrib and flank. I just see more terminal market value in that doe. I'd like to just smooth her up, blend her, just fix her a little bit structurally off either ends of her skeleton before we can move her up. A good class of forehead. Congratulations to them.
Finley Sheehan, first place with Squirt. Second place is Kinley Privet with Darla. Third place is Madison McLendon with Diva. And fourth place is Matthew Spencer with Mad Eye 2.0.
real high quality pair of does here to sort through, and there's some give and take amongst the pair, some advantages they offer in different regions. Young Maine's doe up front, that red doe is just so elite in terms of her look and presentation up front. Her head carriage, her neck attachment, shoulder, so smooth, so much extension and look up front. And then she's surprisingly very good in terms of body shape and spread up high. Awesome blend to just look, build, and power. Very, very good in terms of feet and legs. She's a little more correct in terms of her hock and rear pastern relative to our doe there in second. I think that's an elite one to lead off a really, really good pair. Young lady's doe in second. That one is stout featured, big footed. I love just the dense skeleton features about her with a stout skull as well. Maybe not quite as clean through her chest and front 1/3 as her class winner, but that one's got some extra body, some shape, some extra width and stoutness and power that I certainly like. I wish we could strengthen her there in her rear pastern, see her walk away and leave me just a little square in terms of her honk and a little more comfortable, being real picky on a high quality doe. Great pair of them. Congratulations to them.
Results from Class 3 percentage doe 6 to 9 months. First place, Kinsley Shirk, and second place, Kinsley Shirk. We're now lining up for champion junior percentage doe.
He's holding the one that she just showed that guy here, and she gave the other one to someone else and they walked back.
Well, a really good division here. 4 does represent our percentage division drive out here. We're going to find you champion reserve. I think it's fairly simple. There's a pair of does that hit me with some extra pieces. One is just so exceptionally good looking, sound, and athletic. Just her presentation alone. He's high end. She blends right. She's got shape and spread. The right kind of depth of rib was still having some right kind of shape to her forerib. Big hip and pin set in her, just so good built, so good looking. And then I think there's another one that's got wild pieces in terms of stoutness of feature, density of skeleton, body shape, some extra width of skeleton. That pair out of that last class, I thought those two were very elite in different manners. They're going to be our champion reserve. Congratulations to them.
We have several vehicles blocking people in on the west part of the fairgrounds. We need you to move those cars immediately or they will be towed, particularly by the grassy place where there is a ditch. The cars near the ditch cannot get out, so I have a burgundy Chevy Suburban and a Kia Red Sportage. Please move your vehicles immediately.
Champion junior percentage doe is Kinsley Shirk, and reserve champion junior percentage doe is Kinsley Shirk.
right there. That's exactly what it is. Oh, it's so cool. Since look like he watches anime, thinks he's so tough and thinks that he's gonna get lazy and beat the shit out of us. He definitely watches, and he definitely looks like he watches YouTube shorts. You guys like Naruto? He definitely like role plays like Goku Smash or something like that.
Really good class here as we get into the full blood division. Pair of them up front, I think, are kind of similar in the way that they're made in terms of both being really opened up, big in their chest, awesome in terms of body shape. They got a big hip and pin set in them. Those does just read with a tremendous amount of body shape and productivity in them. I think of the pair, the young lady's does just a little neater in the way that she ties everything together. A little leveler in her top line. She's a little neater in terms of her hip and tail set. Quite a bit more comfortable out of her rear hock and foot as it hits the surface when we get them around the ring. I think that's a very, very high-end one we lead off with. Congratulations to her. Young man still here in second. Like we talked, very similar in terms of build with the skeleton. That thing is very heavy muscled and opened up in terms of body shape. Beautiful in terms of her rib and her spread up high. I wish she was just a little bit neater, more agile. Right when we get behind him and she takes off, that doe comes into her hock just a little bit, kind of tapers out of her pin set. If we could tweak that, I think maybe we could easily flip that pair. Young lady's black doe here in third. That one is beautiful in terms of look and presentation. Her body shape as well. Very, very great, good. It gives up maybe a little bit of size and performance out here. I would read her just a little bit more immature and younger, just based off of her horns. But that one, tremendous amount of breeding value there in terms of build, in terms of body shape and look and presentation. Just gives up a little bit of power relative to those pair right ahead. Young ladies know that rounds off the class. Good in her own right. That is a stout skull, big-legged one with a big hip and spread up high. Gets a little off in terms of her chest, a little deeper in her chest, a little tighter in her mid-rib and flank. We just need that one to bounce, drop this a little more rib and substance before we can bounce that one out and move her forward. A good class to them. Congratulations to them.
Results from Class 6, percentage doe 16 to 20 months. First place, Finley Sheehan. Second place, Benjamin Spencer. Third place, McKinley Stahlbaum. Fourth place, Lauren Pickett.
Young lady brings a really nice single entry here. Spotted up dapple doe. That's awesome in terms of build or design, her look and presentation. That one ties it in all in a really elite manner. Love her body shape. I love her spread up high. Certainly a high quality one. We'll be excited to get her back in here for the drive. Congratulations to her.
Class 7 percentage does 20 to 24 months. First place, Tessa Hardwick. We are now selecting champion yearling percentage doe.
This was even louder.
Out here for our yearling percentage drive, 3 of them, that all read with tremendous amount of quality to them. I think our first place, there's value in each one of them. The young lady's doe, quite a bit more opened up in terms of with the skeleton, some extra power to her. Young lady's dapple doe, that is a great look and build and presentation to her. And then that young man in second place, I thought that pair was wicked good. And that's another one that just reads really stout and burly and opened up. I just love the body shape and the mass. And the pair of those does up front, they're going to be our champion in reserve out of that same class. Congratulations to them.
Champion, yearling percentage doe, Finley Sheehan, and reserve champion is Benjamin Spencer.
No? Go again? I think he actually did fucking
Now entering the arena is class 9, percentage does 36 plus months. And this will also be our champion senior percentage drive. Following this, we'll be selecting grand champion percentage doe.
Well, a good pair of them here for the senior division of the percentage does, and I do think it's close. There's some trade-offs. The young lady's doe up front, we're going to lead off with that red doe. There's just so much more real power and genuine spread and dimension on that doe. She's stouter at the ground in terms of foot and feature. You study them just in terms of skull and head shape and quality up front. That one just reads quite a bit more just stouter in terms of the shape to her head, shape to her horn and set, and body shape. So much more real spread and dimension up high. Just love the power, the blend of look and build we find in that one. I think a nice place to lead off. young ladies down here in second. I do love the look, the presentation, and build that one puts together from the outside. Is very, very good. It is a great profiling female. A little longer shoulder, a little longer neck, ties in really neat up front. You study her in terms of just with the skeleton, as we talked about skull. That is a great indicator. She gets a little narrow and fragile in terms of her skull, a little flatter in terms of body shape, her hip and pin set. We need to bulk up as she goes away, but a great looking one, built exceptionally good. Young lady did a really good job getting her presented out here. Good pair of them. Congratulations to them.
Champion senior percentage doe is McKinley Stahlbaum, and reserve champion is Lauren Pickett.
Well, incredible lineup out here for our percentage doe division. I think all 6 of them read with a lot of quality and breeding value to them. We're going to find you a champion reserve. I think it's non-negotiable for our champion out here. There's a doe in this lineup that just hits me with so much extra quality and eye appeal, from the shape to her head, her shoulder blade, her knee, the way that doe gets around the ring. She's just built so incredibly good. Just a very attractive high-end doe. And then for reserve, I do think it gets a little bit closer. There's a pair of does that I think it comes down to that are both stout and burly and opened up. I think there's just one that's a little neater. Her top line, a little leveler out of her hip. Past her, and I thought that was a very lean doe herself. So I'll set the mic down and show you champion reserve how I like them. Congratulations to all you. Very, very good set of percentage does to sort through.
Grand champion percentage doe is Kinsley Shirk, and reserve grand champion is Kinsley Shirk.
Well, just one entry here in the 3 to 6 month full blood division. Young lady brings us a very high quality single entry here. That one is so good in terms of build, design, just her presentation alone is very, very elite. Love the body shape, love the presence she offers. A very, very elite one here. Congratulations to her.
First place, Kinsley Shirk, full blood does 3 to 6 months. Entering the arena is class 12, full blood does 6 to 9 months.
Really good class, full blood does here to sort through. Young ladies doe up front. Amongst the class, it's got quite a bit of give and take and some variation. I thought this is the easy thing to do. The young lady's red doe puts together not only a wicked good look from the outside in terms of her look or presentation up front, that kind of body shape, her hip, pin set, and hind leg, definitely the most functional, the most attractive and correct amongst the group. Let alone from that, that is the biggest back, the roundest body, the best in terms of hip and spread up high of any amongst them in the pack. That is just a great blend of build and power, Awesome doe to start off. Young lady did a great job getting her presented out here. Young man's doe here in second. Take nothing away. I like that doe in terms of size and stature. Her length and presentation is very good herself. That's a stout featured doe. She's got some handles, some good spread up high. She doesn't have the width of skeleton, the chest width, the body shape and mass that we find in our class winner, but certainly a great looking one from the outside. He too done a good job getting her presented out here. The young lady's black doe that comes next, just a solid, good brood doe. That one's attractive up front. She's right in terms of body shape. The problem is she's not as stout as our class winner. She's not as good looking with the same kind of length and extension as the young man's doe in second. And the result, she's going to land in third. Just gives up a little bit of extras, but in her own right, that is a solid, good body, good looking one. Young lady did an incredible job getting her shown today as well. Young lady's a black-headed doe that comes next. I'll make a note. I'm not here to sift anything as far as breed quality or full blood. She's obviously got some folded ears, which wouldn't be ideal in an ABGA certified show. Past that, that is a very good doe in terms of body shape, spread, dimension. And I didn't falter on that. I didn't think that doe was as opened up as a couple of them that came ahead. She's not quite as elite in terms of just look and natural presentation as a couple of those ahead as well, but certainly another one that's right in terms of body shape. She's stout, she's opened up, tremendous amount of breeding value in that doe there. The pair of does that come next give up a little bit of size and stature, all right? They gave up some power and some substance in their own rights. They're high quality. The young lady's dapple doe, great looking, beautiful build and presentation to her. Certainly gives up too much muscle and power to be able to move her ahead. The doe that rounds off the class, another one, great in terms of actual body shape, hip and spread up high, very good. We just run out of some look, some extension and power to run with those ahead. Awesome job to you. Great group of does to sort through. Congratulations.
Results from Class 12, full-blood does, 6 to 9 months. First place, Madison Shively. Second place, Alexander Grau. Third place, Isadora Grau. Fourth place, Lauren Pickett. Fifth place, Matthew Dupree. And sixth place, Matthew Dupree. This is Class 13, full-blood doe, 9 to 12 months. Following this class, we'll be selecting champion, reserve champion, junior full-blood doe.
The young brings us an incredible single entry here. This doe is so good in terms of her look and presentation. Beautifully presented. That is a big shape and spread up high with plenty of just look. Her head quality, her carriage, her neck attachment, so elite up front. Going to be real fun to see that one stacked up against them later on in the drive. Very elite single entry. Congratulations to them.
Results from Class 13 full-blood does 9 to 12 months is Kyler Shirk. We're now selecting champion, junior, full-blood doe, champion, and reserve champion.
awesome lineup here for the junior division of the Full Blood Show. All four of them breed with tremendous amount of value. I do think there's a pair of them that separate themselves from the pack, in my opinion. That's the young lady's Red Doe and the young man's Dapple Doe, and it gets really close. We're going to find you champion reserve between the two, and it's close. The young lady's Red Doe, that thing is just so good, so complete and solid in every region. Her look up front, her body shape, her hip and pin set is a little neater, a little broader, a little leveler than the young man's doe. Just a solid doe. On the flip side, young man's doe, that Dapple, that thing is incredibly good looking. She's stout featured, handles tremendously good. Her back shape, her loin edge going into her hip, transitions up high are very, very elite. It gets really close. There's just minor details. In a full blood division, the young lady's Red Doe is a little bit neater and better in terms of skull. She's more correct in her horn set. She's a little more correct in her shoulder blade and her hip and pin set. She'll be our champion. Young man's Dapple will be reserved. Congratulations. Wicked good pair of does there to sort through.
Results from champion junior full blood doe, champion Madison Shively, reserve champion Kyler Shirk. Entering the arena is class 14, full blood doe 12 to 16 months.
Well, again, another very high quality single entry here. The young man brings us a doe that's so good in terms of body shape, her depth of rib, her just being square and brought up high in terms of hip and pin set, square underneath. That is a great looking one with plenty of power and just a dimension to her. Very, very high quality one. Congratulations to him.
Results from class 14, full blood doe 12 to 16 months is Levi Roberts, first place. Now in the ring is class 16, full blood does 20 to 24 months.
Well, another nice, very nice single entry here. Another doe that's so good in terms of body shape, her substance, the dimension about her is incredible there. Maybe just gets a little extra over condition there when you run your hand over her body wall. Being picky, that is a good brood doe. The young lady's done a great job getting her presented. Congratulations to her.
Results from full blood, class 16 full blood does 20 to 24 months is Tessa Hartwig. Now selecting champion yearling full blood doe.
Won't take me too long here. A very good pair of them to sort through here for this division. And obviously, as yearlings, there's probably a little bit of just a size advantage out here. Maybe one leaning towards another way, but we're going to stick with quality. One that just reads a little more trim, a little more correct in terms of chest or body shape. Beautiful in terms of hips. She's square leaving you. Young man's Black Doe is going to be our champion. Young lady's Dapple will be reserved. Congratulations to both of you.
Champion yearling full-blood doe is Levi Roberts, and reserve champion is Tessa Hartwig. Now in the ring is class 17, full-blood doe, 20 to 36 months.
Young man brings a really nice single entry here. Heads up, tall shouldered, great looking one. Very honest and correct in terms of condition for a mature doe. That is the right kind of composition relative to just muscle, texture, and body shape we need in a mature working doe. Great look, great presentation. He's done a great job with her. Very, very good single entry here. Congratulations.
Class 17, full-blood doe, 24 to 36 months. First place, Braxton Stahlbaum. Now entering the arena is class 18, full-blood does, 36 plus months.
Well, again, another great pair of does here to sort through. The young lady up front, she's racking up some good ones here. That thing has an advantage in terms of just length and extension up front. So high-headed in the way that she ties her neck right on top of her shoulder. I love that from there back. So smooth in her transitions. That is a stout feature. Big-footed doe with wild look and presentation from the side. I think a very, very elite place to start. Young man's Black Doe here in second. Take nothing away from him in his own right. That doe is tremendous in terms of body shape, spread, just real dimension, muscle shape, and handle quality. There's a lot of value there. Didn't read her quite as good in terms of look and presentation, the way it all blends together. We need to scout her up in terms of foot and bone work comparative to our class winner. Very, very good pair of them. Congratulations to both of you.
Results from class 18. First place is Kinsley Shirk, and second place is Levi Roberts. Now in the arena is we're selecting champion senior full-blood doe. Following this, we will be selecting grand champion full-blood doe.
Three very elite does out here for our champion, full blood in the senior division. I think there's one that is pretty simple in terms of just look, presentation. This thing is very, very stout in terms of foot, feature, her head and skull. The way she blends everything together is such an elite manner in terms of a look, build, and power. Young lady still out of that last class will be our champion. Congratulations to her. For reserve, it gets a little bit closer. We bring that young man's black doe up out of that second place in that class. I thought that doe was tremendous in terms of handle quality, real muscle dimension, and that one is just so good. Young front's got a little more length and extension and frame to her. I'm going to side with the extra power. The width is skeleton and still a great look from the side. Young man's black doe is going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Champion is Kinsley Shirk, and reserve champion is Levi Roberts. Now selecting grand champion, full blood doe.
What an incredible lineup here, full blood does to sort through. We're going to find you a champion in reserve. It won't just drag it out and take too long here. I think of our initial lineup, there's elite set of them out here, and they're backed by elite second places. But amongst the lineup, there's one that sorts out to me fairly easy. Her extra stoutness of feature, her extra look and presentation. Just study head carriage, the shape and set to her horn. I think any breeding full blood guy could value that for sure. Past that is the best look and blend to just build power and presentation. Young ladies doe out of the last division will be our champion. Congratulations. For reserve, it gets a little bit closer because there's some differences amongst the two that I think are in the race for reserve. But I think there's one that falls our champion in terms of that same kind of presentation, look, build, so sound, so correct on her feet and legs. Obviously, that's important in a breeding doe full blood division with a little extra eye appeal in terms of head carriage and set up high. Young ladies red doe will be reserved. Congratulations to all of you. Good group to work with.
Our grand champion is Kinsley Shirk, and reserve grand champion, Madison Shively. Entering the class now is entering the arena now is class 20, commercial does 3 to 6 months.
Well, I've said it multiple times, but again, this is a very elite single entry the young lady brings us. That doe is so good in terms of look, build, and presentation. Combined it with incredible handle quality, body shape, and spread up high. That is a beautiful hip and hind leg, a highly presented doe. That thing does a lot of good. Congratulations to her. Going to be fun to see her come back out.
First place, class 20, is Cooper Rowland. Now entering the arena is class 21, commercial does, 6 to 9 months.
really good class of does here to sort through. The young maidens doe we lead off with, I think it's fairly easy to do. 2 and 3 probably get a little bit closer. There's some give and take. When we could study this doe, propped up, that is a tall-shouldered, incredibly good-looking one. She has that same look and presentation as she gets around the ring. That is a high-headed, very, very athletic one. Awesome in terms of body shape, good in terms of back shape, super level down her hip, and a beautiful tail set on her. I think it's a very elite look and presentation, a nice one there to lead off. 2 and 3, like I said, maybe get a little bit closer. There's some give and take. When you step in front of the does, the young man's doe up front, it's a little bit neater, tucked up neater in terms of chest, probably a little more opened up as well. Sets her neck up, just a little neater on the top of her shoulder. Awesome in terms of body shape. Got a big hip and loin edge in her. I love just the genuine build, the stoutness and feature that this one offers. Very, very good. I do wish maybe she was just a little bit leveler in terms of tail set. Past that is a big rib, good, productive, stout featured one there to land in second. Young ladies doe here in third. I do like the extra length and extension from a profile view. She's a little longer pattern. She's neat in terms of her shoulder blade. I didn't read her quite as opened up in terms of chest. Got a beautiful hip and tail set in her as well. Stout featured as well. She's obviously got a little extra hair on her, but that's a big-footed, stout-legged one. I wish she carried her head up just a little neater on the move. Just wants to fight that chain and just give up a little bit of look and presentation, not only on the move but on the profile as well. Young ladies doe that comes next. She's stunning in her own right. That is a very good doe in terms of body shape and spread up high. I promise you, if you get on top of these does, you'll be surprised with the loin edge and the back shape that this one offers. The problem is she doesn't do it in the same kind of look, the same kind of presentation and manner and show ring presence that those 3 do right ahead of her. That is a genuine, good-bodied, good, stout, heavy muscle doe to land there in fourth. Young ladies doe that rounds off the class again in her own right. A high-headed, good-bodied, good, stout featured one. Simply needs a little more look, a little more presentation and style to move her up. Good class of them to sort through. Congratulations to them.
Results from Class 21, Commercial Doe, 6 to 9 months. First place, Logan Bates. Second place, Landon Blunt. Third place, Madison Shively. Fourth place, Bianca Travis. And fifth place, McKinley Stahlbaum. Now entering the arena is Champion Junior Commercial Doe Drive.
Three very, very high quality does here to sort through, and I do think it's close. Obviously, we've got a big size difference, any differences in stage of maturity in their lives, so it's challenging to maybe sort between our first place out front. We're back with an incredible good second place out of that last class. There's some trade-offs here. I don't think there's a doe that's just flawless in terms of look, build, and presentation. If we'd say pound for pound, she's maybe not just the biggest back, hardest handling one of the group, but this doe ties so good in terms of her neck, her shoulder, her knee. She's sound, she's comfortable, beautiful hip and hind leg. Young man in the purple is going to be our champion. Congratulations to him. We bring that second place in, and I think that doe reads with so much good just breeding value in terms of a genuine, stout-featured, round-bodied, big-hip doe. There's a lot of good, a lot of value in that female. Wish she was just a little neater in terms of hip and tail set. She's big hip. Her tail, I think, is throwing me off. Maybe there's another doe out here that I read with just a little more quality in terms of handle, in terms of just body shape, just the look and presentation. Young lady's little doe out of that first class will be reserved. I thought it was close. Incredible group of 3 to sort through. Congratulations to them.
Champion is Logan Bates and reserve champion Cooper Rollins. Entering the arena is class 24, commercial doe 16 to 20 months.
We're going to leave this class aligned just as they come in. The young man's doe up front. I think that one combines what the good that we find in 2 and 3. That doe's so elite in terms of her look and presentation up front. She's quite a bit better in terms of just body shape relative to condition. Shallow, tucked up neat in her chest and still opened up. A beautiful handle up high, smooth, wide, big hip, stout featured. When we get them down low, that doe tracks ways, square and true. Very, very good blend to build and power there to lead off with. Young lady's doe here in second. I love the body shape, the spread and dimension up high. There's a big back. She comes with a little extra condition. You can see it as we get her out on the move, get a little wasty in terms of height and just the condition when you run your hand over her body wall. But that is a big hip and a big loin edge in her. She's stout featured and great looking, very, very elite one there to be in second. Young man's doe here in third. If we were just placing them off a handle quality and muscle shape, all of a sudden she's at the front of the pack. That one grabs with a giant loin edge up high and beautiful handle quality in terms of just muscle texture. The problem is we got to rearrange how she's built off either end. She gets a little bolder in her shoulder, a little straighter in her knee, but her hip and tail set and hind leg just gets all a little too straight, a little too short there. Just got to rearrange her in terms of her angles up front and behind, and all of a sudden that doe could be our class winner. That one's got tremendous amount of breeding value in terms of muscle and handle. Awesome group to sort through. Congratulations.
Results of Class 24, first place Logan Bates, second place Isadora Grau, and third place Jonathan Muir. And our champion yearling commercial doe is Logan Bates, and reserve champion is Isadora Grau. Now entering the arena is Class 27, commercial does 36 plus months.
Young lady brings a really nice single entry here. A doe that awesome in terms of handle quality, muscle shape. That doe is packed full of just power and raw dimension. Still great in terms of look and presentation off the side. Young lady's doing a great job with her. Very high quality single entry here. Congratulations to her.
Class 27, commercial doe 36 plus months. The results are first place, Grace Reynolds. And champion senior commercial doe is also Grace Reynolds. Now entering the arena will be grand champion commercial doe drive.
Well, again, the does have been so good all day long here. We've got another very elite lineup for our commercial division. I think there's a lot of quality amongst the group in different regions and how you want to go about them. As a breeder, you may have a different preference or favorite from the outside. In my opinion, I'm not going to take too long. I do think it's simple. If you just study just the show ring look and presentation alone, there's a pair of them that have an advantage from the outside, in my opinion. Past that, they're does that read with tremendous amount of just skeletal quality to them. They're sound up front, they're level in terms of their top line, their hip and hind leg read correct, not only at the standstill but in motion as well. Beautiful in terms of handle quality, and take nothing away. There's some other ones out here with other advantages as far as body and some breeding value. I think there's a pair of them that need to stay together. The pair out of that younger division will be our champion in reserve. Congratulations to them.
Grand Champion, Logan Bates. Reserve Grand Champion, Cooper Rollins. Now entering the arena is class 29, myotonic breeding does, 3 to 6 months.
Just two does here in the junior division of myotonic does, both of them incredibly elite. That is a high-end pair of myotonic does. My compliments to both the showmen, the breeders that put these two together. Very, very elite. The young man's doe, we're going to lead off with that black and white doe. You step in front of them, that doe, she gives up some size, but she's more opened up in her chest. She's beautiful in terms of her forerib shape, handles incredibly good up high in terms of her back shape, her loin edge going into her hip. So good in those transitions, highly presented one. Young man's got a very elite doe there to lead off with. Congratulations to him. Young man here in second, take nothing away from him. I like the extra length and extension up front, tall shoulder, long neck. Love that about him. Maybe just not quite as elite in terms of some extra look, presentation. Didn't read her quite as good in terms of raw body shape and spread up high as our class winner. That is a very, very elite pair of them. Congratulations to you both.
First place, Cooper Newby. Second place, Jacob Blunt. And champion, junior myotonic doe is Cooper Newby, and reserve champion is Jacob Blunt. Now entering the arena is class 32, myotonic does 12 to 16 months.
Well, again, another very, very elite single entry. That doe is so good in terms of body shape, or spread up high. And there's a lot of dimension and just correct build and power in that one. Still a great look off to the side. Young man's got a very, very elite single entry. Congratulations to him.
Class 32, first place, Cooper Newby. Now in the ring is class 33, myotonic does 16 to 20 months.
Young lady brings us just an incredibly good single entry here, and I thought we've seen some elite ones thus far, and this one's going to be real exciting to get back here in the drive. It's so good in terms of look and presentation. That one is probably as neat in terms of lines and builds as I've seen a myotonic doe presented. Just so elite in that manner in terms of look and presentation. She backs it with incredible body shape and handle quality, big hip and stifle under. Congratulations, incredible single entry here to lead off with. Well, once again, I won't take too much extra time where it doesn't need to be. There's a pair of them here that are both elite, so I want to recognize you both. So good. Young man's doe, awesome in terms of some extra muscle shape. Young lady's black doe, that thing is as elite in terms of build and design I think I've seen in myotonic division. In terms of just some extra eye quality, some look, presentation. The way that one ties in her neck and her shoulders, absolutely flawless. A little bit leveler and better in terms of hip and tail set. She's going to be our champion. Young man will be reserved. Congratulations on a very elite pair of them.
Champion yearly myotonic doe is Casey Newby, and the reserve champion is Cooper Newby. Now in the arena is class 36, myotonic does 36 plus months. And then next up is champion senior myotonic doe.
Well, again, we find another solid single entry here. Young lady brings us awesome in terms of body shape, great look and presentation for a doe that's got some extra maturity to her. She's really hung in there in terms of the right kind of condition and body shape to her. Awesome, again, an elite single entry. Going to be fun to see her back amongst the mix. Congratulations to her.
Champion senior myotonic doe, Azalea Davidson. Now selecting grand champion, myotonic doe. Following grand champion Myotonic Dough Drive, we'll be taking a 5-minute break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is an incredible lineup of Myotonic doughs here to sort through. So my compliments to the showmen and the breeders that put this stock together out here. This is incredible. I do think there's a pair of them that separate themselves amongst the lineup. I think there's 5 very, very elite doughs out here, but there's a pair of them a little bit different in terms of size and maturity. Both of them similar in the same kind of elite quality and build that they represent. Of the pair, I think there's just one that's so good in terms of look and transitions. Her blade, her shoulder attachment, neck set, absolutely next level for the breed, in my opinion. Backed with incredible handle quality and body shape. I think this one's big, big time good. Young Lady's Black Doe will be our champion. Congratulations to her. We bring the second place in, and I talked about just the muscle shape and the body shape that one offers is tremendously good. But as high as I was on our champion, there's another one out here I'm incredibly high on in terms of look and presentation. Absolutely fit to the T. I don't want to make any inappropriate comments, but young man, if you've got a girlfriend, you better be careful with your hands because we're getting a little extra paint out here. But I think absolutely wicked good in terms of build, presentation. The next best one, Young Man's Little Doe. Congratulations to him. Incredible lineup of Myotonic doughs here to sort through. Compliments to all of you.
Grand champion is Casey Newby and reserve grand champion Cooper Newby. Now we're going to take a 5-minute break before market does. entering the ring is class 37 lightweight market does. This will also be champion lightweight market doe.
Good pair of does here to start off the market go portion of the show here. You know, in a lightweight market doe division, I think there's a lot of quality amongst the pair of them. In terms of just handle quality, back shape, just body shape and dimension, young ladies doe needs to win. And quite honestly, there's quite a margin between the two in terms of just real shape and power. And with the skeleton, I wish honestly she'd cooperate just a little bit better on the lead. But that one is so good in terms of look and presentation. She backs it with incredibly big handle quality. My compliments to her on a very, very elite doe there to lead off with. Young ladies doe here in second, take nothing away from her. That is a tall-shouldered, great-looking doe that prompts up with an incredible look and presentation. She's got to come with just a little more punch and power in terms of just real forerib and body shape and spread up high before we can rival our class winner there. That is a very, very good pair of them. My compliments to you both.
Results from class 37, first place Cheyenne Boggs and second place Madison Shively. Champion lightweight market doe, champion is Cheyenne Boggs and reserve champion Madison Shively. Now entering the arena is class 38 heavyweight market does. And this will also be our selection for champion heavyweight market doe.
Well, again, another good class market does here to sort through. The young ladies red arm doe we lead off with. That one's just an elite blend of what we find here in this class. Beautiful in terms of look and presentation, easily the best in terms of body shape and a natural spread and dimension. Awesome, big cage, big spread up high. There's a ditch down her back. She's maybe a little excessive in terms of condition over her body wall, but still a good blend to just handle and composition. This is just a smooth, great looking doe with plenty of muscle there to lead off. Nice place to start there. Young man's doe here in second. I love in terms of just width, the skeleton, her body shape. From her hip forward, that is a very elite doe. in terms of stoutness of skull with the skeleton stoutness of feature. A lot of good there. She's a little off in terms of hip and tail set, wants to really drop her tail set low. I'd like to raise that, level her spine out just a little bit neater, then maybe we could be in a conversation to flip that pair. But there's still a lot of value there in terms of stoutness of feature and real width and body. A really, really nice one there to be in second. Young lady still here in third. I like in terms of look and presentation. Heads up, tall shouldered. That is just a great looking doe from the outside. I do wish maybe in a market division her hair was clipped off just a little bit tighter, but past that, that is a heads up, tall shouldered, great looking one. Needs to come with just a little more muscle shape and power to rival those two right ahead. Good group of them. Congratulations to y'all.
Results from Class 38 heavyweight market does. Haley Scheller, first place. Second place, Bryce Knapp. And third place, Bianca Travis. Champion heavyweight market doe, champion Haley Scheller, and reserve champion Bryce Knapp. Now entering the arena is grand champion market doe drive.
Well, again, won't take too long here. I think 4 extremely high-quality does here to represent the market doe division. Amongst them, there's a pair of them that separate themselves, and they go like they're kind of like in terms of extra muscle shape, body shape. You step in front of the pack, they're square in their chest, they're opened up, they're burly. They step back, evaluate them from the side. They're long neck, they're tall shouldered, does that run uphill with real muscle shape and genuine power and rib to them. I think there's one that's got just a little extras in all those categories. Young lady's red doe will be our champion. Young lady up front out of that first class will be reserved. Congratulations. Good group of does here at Sword Crew.
Champion is Hallie Scheller and reserve grand champion Cheyenne Boggs. Now entering the arena is class 39, lightweight Moore Weathers.
Nice class, and I think it comes together fairly easy. The young man we lead off with, again, non-negotiable. That one puts together a very elite blend of build and muscle shape. Obviously, what we're looking for here in a market weather division. Heads up, he's tall-shouldered. That goat naturally runs uphill. That is a stout featured one. Tremendously good in terms of handle quality, easily the best in terms of muscle shape and body shape of amongst the group, and yet the best looking one as well. Very, very nice one there to lead off with. Young man's paint dough, really good in terms of body shape. He's opened up in his chest. He's got some hip and pin set up high. I like those things about him. We need him to blend and smooth the transition just a little bit neater. He's a little bolder in his shoulder. He dips, gets a little weak right there behind his shoulder blade. I like to lock him in just a little stronger in his stop line. See what they'll come with a little more look and presentation. We find our class winner, then all of a sudden maybe we could have a pair up for discussion there. But certainly a big rib, stout made one there to be in second. Young ladies weather here in third. That is a good looking one. Naturally, just a sound made, tall shouldered, good looking goat with a lot of presence to him. Just simply needs more muscle. In this group, amongst those pair right ahead, definitely just gets out horsed in terms of back shape, bulk them up from behind, stouten them up as they leave, then maybe we can move them up. Young man's red goat that comes next. Got a little extra bulk, a little extra power to him. I like that. Maybe we can flip the pair just based on that. The problem is he's a little wasty. What comes with that bulk, there's a little extra condition there. Deeper in his chest, a little looser in terms of hide and handle quality. Just like to clean and tone him up, give him a little extra shot of just raw muscle shape and handle quality. Young man's weather that lead rounds off the pack here. Tall shouldered, sound on his feet, legs. A great looking goat. He too just simply needs a little more muscle in him. Again, a good group to sort through. Congratulations.
Results from class 39. First place, Logan Bates. Second place, Matthew Spencer. Third place, Grace Reynolds. Fourth place, Keegan Shively. And fifth place, Matthew Dupree. Champion, lightweight, is Logan Bates. And reserve champion, Matthew Spencer. Now entering the arena is class 40, middleweight Boar Weathers.
Well, again, another good class of weathers here. Yep, another good class of marker weathers here, and I think it comes together, again, fairly easy. Young man's blonde-headed goat we have to lead off with. That thing is just absolutely stout in terms of foot, feature, his chest, his body shape, and back shape. Easily the biggest, the broadest of any amongst the set. Real handle quality, big muscle shape, and yet a wildly good look off of the side. That goat props up really good, and proportions exceptionally good. Tall shouldered, big hip, great look, easy place there to lead off. 2 and 3 maybe get a little bit closer. I think when we step in front of them, it's sorted fairly easy. Young man's weather that comes next is quite a bit leaner and fresher in terms of handle quality. And then you step in front of the pair, he's opened up more in terms of chest. Reed's a little stouter in terms of forearm. Just a great looking one. The problem is he's not nearly as stout featured as our class winner. He's not as broad and powerful as up high, the top side of the skeleton. He is tight-hided. He is fresh handling. I like that about him. Just simply needs more muscle and power to rival that class winner. Young man's paint goat that comes next. Good in terms of body shape. This is a big rib, productive kind of a goat. Dips just a little too much there behind the shoulder. He's got to lock in stronger at his top line. Want to stouten him up in terms of foot and feature to rival the pair right ahead of him. But a solid, good, productive, sound one there to be in third. Young lady's downfall weather that comes next. Tall shouldered, he's long neck, got some extra size and dimension and stature to him. He simply needs to come with more muscle, a little bit more handle quality. Then maybe we can move him up. But I do like his look. I love his build. The young lady done a great job with him. Young man here that comes next. Let's go. Heads up. The young man's getting them put together. Exceptionally good. I love his demeanor about him. Let's go. Great look, great read throughout the whole drive. He simply just needs a little more muscle and handle quality to him. He's softer, he's plainer to the touch. Got to tone him up with some extra shape. But again, young man's done an outstanding job. Congratulations. Good group of goats to sort through.
Results from Class 40. First place, Landon Glunt. Second place, Benjamin Spencer. Third place, Braxton Stahlbaum. Fourth place, Layla Carley. Fifth place, Alec Mason. Also champion is Landon Glunt, and reserve champion, Benjamin Spencer. Now entering the arena is Class 41, heavyweight Boar Weathers.
We'll get class here to sort through the pair of them up front. I think those are both very elite market goats. Both of them offer a tremendous amount of muscle shape and handle quality of the pair. I think it's simple when you step back and you evaluate them from the side. The Young Main's paint goat just props up with such a neater look. In terms of being taller shoulder, he's smoother in his shoulder blade. He locks in quite a bit stronger there at the top side of his skeleton. He grabs big in terms of rack shape. His handle transitions is so smooth there from his hip point hookup right into hip. That is a great look and great presentation. His strength at top line, his structure integrity gives him a big advantage. Young Lady's Weather here in second. I love in terms of just raw muscle shape and handle quality. Extremely thin-skinned and hard touching. I love that about him. He's got to come a little bit better out of the backside of his blade there. He gets a little weak there in his top line. Maybe just not quite as square and going away in terms of hock and hind leg as our class winner. Incredibly good handle quality. Just a little weak top, and got to get them to come together with just a little more look and presentation. Young Main's goat that comes next. That one probably earns the award in terms of rate of gain and just productive on feet. That thing is big bodied, sound made. He's a productive goat with awesome shape and spread. He does get a little extra planer in terms of some handle quality and shape, but there's a lot of power there. There's still a great body shape and a big rib for sure. Maybe just pushing the envelope in terms of some extra size and condition out here, but the Young Main's got a really good productive project there for sure to be in third. Young Lady's goat here in fourth, kind of similar in terms of build and design as that the Young Main's goat right ahead of him. He's sound made, he's good bodied, just productive, good market livestock. He gets a little weaker in his pasture, he's a little lower in his tail shed, gets a little nondescript in terms of muscle expression. We need to just stouten him up, just a little more shape, a little more handle quality, move him up. Young Lady's done a great job with him. Young Main's Blackweather that comes next, great looking from the side. That one is tall shouldered and long necked. He's done a tremendous job with this project, presented very good. He's done a great job showing them. This gilt got reads with a great look and a great build. Once again, you've heard me say it here, we got to have just a little more muscle shape. We got to scout them up from behind before we can work with those right ahead. But again, awesome job to you, young man. Great group of goats here to sort through.
Results from class 41. First place, Jackson Ritter, also champion Jackson Ritter. Second place, Cooper Rollins, reserve grand champion Cooper Rollins. Third place, Reese Knapp. Fourth place, Sylvia Knapp. And fifth place, Brody Parker. Now selecting grand champion for Weather.
Well, again, a very elite group of weathers here to sort through that we put together here for the Grand Drive. Incredible lineup. I think there's a variety. I'm not naive to that. We've got maybe a mixed bag of looks, some stoutness, and maybe not all of them cookie cutter the same. It just comes with what we had to work with here. But there's a lot of quality amongst the group, so we want to recognize that. There's some that are stout featured, big muscled. There's some that are pretty and good looking, and then there's one, quite honestly, that's just the blend of it all. In my opinion, just the epitome of market livestock, putting together a good blend to build muscle shape, handle quality, look, and presentation. This thing props up incredibly good. He handles easily the best amongst the whole group. I think we're going to land on a very easy champion out here, and I think a very elite one for a reserve, it's going to get a little bit closer. We'll bring the reserve in that division. I'll probably maybe handle one or two more. I do think it gets close for a reserve. Very, very pleased with our champion out here. Young man with the paint weather. That's going to be our green. Congratulations to him. Like we talked, I was very pleased with our champion, the way he comes together. I think an incredible blend of look, build, and power. I think there's another one out here that does just that. At times, maybe we get a look that can throw you off in terms of his top line, but easily the next best in terms of handle quality, muscle shape. You just study him in terms of chest, roundness of rib, and handle quality. Got a big hip in him, easily the best in terms of muscle shape. There's a couple others out here that are close in terms of look, build, stoutness, and feature. Just want to amplify them just a little bit more in terms of handle quality. Young ladies reserve out of the last division will be reserve overall. Congratulations to her. An incredible group that goes to sort through. My compliments to y'all.
Our grand champion is Jackson Ritter and reserve grand champion Cooper Rollins. Now entering the ring is class 42, lightweight myotonic Weathers.
Just a single entry here in the lightweight myotonic market show here, and the young man brings us incredibly single entry for that. I mean, awesome in terms of body shape, great handle quality. That thing props up with a wildly good look off the side. He's tall-shouldered, he's level design, and it's hard to make him level in this breed. That one's really good. My compliments to him. Going to be fun to see him back out here.
Class 42, first place, Jacob Lund. Now selecting champion Jacob Lund. Now class 43, entering the ring is middleweight myotonic Weather.
Really good pair of Weathers here in this division. I do think it's close. There's some trade-offs. Young ladies Weather puts together just a little neater look from the outside. He's a little neater and smoother in terms of his shoulder. His top line just stays a little leveler, a little stronger. I do maybe wish he was just a little stouter in terms of hip and pin set. good in terms of handle quality, wickedly good look, awesome build and design out here. That's what's going to give him the advantage. The young man's weather here in second, I like in terms of handle quality. Got a lot of punch and power in that thing. Awesome in terms of foregrip. And maybe when you step in front, he's tucked up maybe just a little bit neater in terms of chest. Just a little lower in terms of hip and tail set there. Just didn't quite read him quite as elite in terms of just look and presentation. But a really good pair. Congratulations to them both.
Results from Class 43 middleweight myotonic weather. First place, Casey Newby. Second place, Cooper Newby. Champion middleweight myotonic weather is Casey Newby, and reserve champion is Cooper Newby. Now in the arena is Class 44 heavyweight myotonic weather.
Young man brings a really nice single entry here. That one is cracked open in terms of chest and body shape, big in terms of handle quality, stout when you get him behind of him, and yet he still presents a really good look off the side. Really, really late single entry. Going to be fun to see where he stacks up here. Congratulations.
Heavyweight myotonic weather first place is Cooper Newby. And champion heavyweight myotonic weather is Cooper Newby. Now selecting grand champion myotonic weather. Following grand champion selection, we'll be taking a 15-minute break before showmanship.
Well, a really good group of myotonic weathers here to put together, and my compliments to the showmen and the breeders. This breed is really making vast changes here in the goat world. So again, just my compliments to the breeders that are making these things better and putting together a really, really good set. It gets close out here for our champion because quite honestly, the one that I'm going to land on may not be the favorite from the outside. I'm not just going to pound them out here, just going to study them for quality and what they have to represent. And I think think there's one that is tremendously good in terms of look, his build. I think when you step back, you evaluate him from the side, easily one of the best in terms of look, build, and top line. And yet, man, is he impressive in terms of what he grabs, in terms of muscle shape relative to his size. Young man's lightweight is going to be our champion. Congratulations to him. Further, it gets a little bit closer. There's another one that I gravitate toward in terms of look, build, and design, and maybe another one that's got a little extra shot of power and dimension and just muscle to them. So there's a little give and take, and you can pick how you like them. The next one for me, in terms of some extra show ring look and appearance, still handles with plenty enough muscle. He's got the advantage in terms of look and build. Young ladies black and white weather will be our reserve. Congratulations to him. Really good group of goats here to sort through.
Champion, Myotonic Weather is Jacob Blunt, and Reserve Grand Champion, Casey Newby. We'll be taking a 15-minute break now before showmanship. Starting with juniors, junior showmanship. we are getting ready to start junior showmanship. Class 45.
He's not messaging me back, so. What? I haven't heard from him, so is he there hiding from me? My husband saw, well, he said he saw you guys walking to the sheep pens earlier.
In the pig thing, I fell asleep and when I woke up, he was gone.
Did you check the sheep barn? He might have fallen asleep there.
Let me go check.
You can, my parents are there, but he might have fallen asleep there. He's supposed to be working out a speech for tomorrow, but.
Entering the ring is junior showmanship, class 45.
Well, let's put our hands together for these young kids out here. Incredible group, young showmen here to sort through, and I left my two favorite out front. In no particular order, these two young men are going to be our champion reserve, and it gets very, very close because each one of them maybe have a little advantage in some areas. They do things a little bit better. The young man up front, I love just your presentation. You're so good at keeping the head up on that goat. Your ring awareness is incredible throughout the whole day. You've done an incredible job, and you're very particular on feet placement. I love that at your age. You're very attentive to where that goat is set up, and you're particular about it, and you get it done. That makes a great showman to always manipulate the project and give the judge the best look. My compliments to you there. Sometimes we maybe get a little out of line, so I encourage you to get back and kind of square up with the judge. There you go. You can do that and reset the feet back up again. That's my only hang up on you. You're doing an incredible job. Like I said, haven't named our champion or reserve yet. I'm just talking to him. Young man here that comes next. Again, awesome presentation. Maybe a little bit different style of showing. That's okay because the way you do it, you're consistent and you do a great job. Again, great ring awareness throughout the whole day. Every goat you brought in, you've done an exceptional good job with them. I do think it's incredibly close. I thought one was maybe just a little bit more smoother in the way we get the goat set up, keeping the goat in line with the others. Young man to my left will be our champion. Young man to my right will be reserve. Congratulations to both of you. Awesome job. Young lady here in third, awesome job to you as well. You do a great job of keeping the head up, getting the goat placed. Exceptionally good. Awesome job, both of you two. You do a great job of getting the feet placed, getting the head up. I maybe lost track of eye contact and where I was as a judge just a little bit. You got to encourage you to be just a little more, have a little more ring awareness. As I was working around the front end of the group, you were a little late to cross over. Past that, awesome job to you. Young man with the black-headed goat, great job to you as well in terms of presentation, keeping the animal's head up, always giving me a consistent good look off to the side. We got to be a little more particular on front feet placement. Maybe just wasn't quite as smooth to get the goat set up, but I love your presentation. Awesome job to you. Yeah, the pair of young men that come next, 5 and 6, both of you do a great job. You're calm, you're smooth, your demeanor's awesome. We gotta get a little more intensity as far as getting a little eager to get feet placed. Maybe just heads up, have a little more drive and intensity out of you. You're both laid back, doing a great job, having fun. My compliments to you. Good group of young kids to sort through. Congratulations.
Our grand champion junior showman is Cooper Newby, and the reserve grand champion junior showman is Kyler Shirk. Now entering the ring is class 46, intermediate showmanship.
we got a bigger group here in this division, and I have the option to split them up into heats, but I chose just to pull the 5 that I want to rework and continue to work with here. We're going to keep these 5, these individuals along this line. We're going to choose you. My compliments to y'all. This is a good, deep, competitive group of showmen. Just little details about maybe a couple of you being a little off on feet placement, just getting the heads up, backs level, keeping in line, just ring awareness, little details at this stage of the game that we got to have right before we get in and work through any further detail. These are the 5 that I think separated themselves. If you will, big round of applause for them all. We're going to excuse this side, and we're going to rework this 5 and find you top 5. Congratulations to them. Well, again, if you will, ringside, let's put our hands together. Like this group of showmen out here. Incredible job, all 5 of them, and obviously I'm still trying to make up my mind here. These are my 2 favorite, and it's close. Between champion and reserve, it's kind of splitting hairs. And both of them do a couple things that I prefer. There's one, each of you do something I'd like to change, and I'll tell you how it is here. In my opinion, and showmanship is hard. It's subject to a guy's opinion. It's not cookie cutter. One's bigger backed or heavier muscled. There's preferences that come to play, so it gets challenging. All 5 of you do an incredible job. Young lady up front, you do such a good job. When you get that dough braced, her head is up high. It's on top of her shoulder. She is leveled, and she gets a great drive out of that dough at all times. She is firm, fresh, heads up presentation. Absolutely incredible. My only hang up is I'd really wish you could maybe place a foot, slowly get in instead of having to pick up and kind of push and pull method into it. That's my only hang up. The problem is when you get her propped up, it's flawless and you do a great job of it. Young man, your presentation throughout the whole day has been incredible. Your eye contact, your demeanor about you, you're kind of just telling me you want to get it done. And you're so smooth yet in the way that you do things. At times, you had that method of setting a foot and slowly getting in. The problem is when he would step out of line, you'd kind of push him back into place. So I'm not going to say either one of you did maybe better as far as just making it absolutely flawless in terms of setting up. The end result is incredibly good. For me, there's one that's just got a little more presentation, gets the head up the most, gets a firm drive. Every time I put my hands on the dough, firm, fresh, hard, gets a great brace, and I think the presentation of both of you is incredible. Young lady up front will be our champion. Young man will be reserved. Congratulations to you both. Young lady here in third, you did an exceptionally good job in your way of showing is obviously a little bit different. That's not me playing a preference. That's just the way it shook out. At times, you do such a good job and you don't miss a beat. And then there's times where that dough maybe just takes one little step out of place and you got to reset them all. I wish maybe at times, I love how you're so focused on feet placement, but there's a couple times where you moved a foot and you actually didn't need to. So I want to caution you on that. Just keep the head up, keep her square and true at all times. Your presentation is absolutely good. My compliments to you. And I do ask questions. I just want to know, I ask them about their project and tell me about your project. It's pretty simple. You've either done work at home or you haven't. It's not about, hey, do you know this body part or not? My compliments to her. She was easily the best when she wanted to tell me about her project, so my compliments to you there. It's not a quiz bowl. I'm not placing you on that, but I do want to compliment her in that regard. Young lady here with the black dough, exceptionally good job all day long in terms of presentation. Man, you get them, you're detailed on where these feet are placed, on how you're getting that dough to look at all times. My compliments to you. There's a couple times where you're just too outside of line and within the pack. We needed to get you lined up just a little bit neater, but what you did so good is keeping the feet right, keeping the head up, and keeping her propped up at all times. My compliments to you. Young lady that comes next, you're so smooth, you're so calm about you, it almost works to your disadvantage just a little bit. We need just a little more intensity, but man, you're so good at being so smooth. That dough works tremendously good for you. I can tell you spent a lot of time with that female at home because she works so good, hand in hand with you. She does everything you ask her to do. My compliments to you. As far as demeanor and presentation goes, that does as good as anything out here. I want you to get just a little more intense and a little more quicker to get her propped up and get her drove just a little bit neater at times. My compliments to you. That was a really, really good top 5 showman. Congratulations to y'all.
Grand Champion Intermediate Showman is Haley Scheller, and Reserve Grand Champion Intermediate Showman is Jacob Glund. Next up is Class 47 Heat 1, Senior Showman. Okay.
Well, once again, I've pulled the three that we're going to bring back and rework. We've got 2 heats of the senior division. These are the 3 that stuck out to me in terms of presentation, just getting their animal propped up in an elite manner, the presentation of themselves and their goat alike. I think those are the 3 that have the advantage out here. My compliments, there's 5 really good showmen we're leaving out here. A couple of you did a very good job and was close at times. We got to work on maybe when the judges working around the front end, really showing off the front view, making sure the feet are right, the head's up, and looking forward and straight. If the head's not in line with the goat, it's kind of going to throw off your look. So just little details, and obviously in a senior division, we got to have your goat working for you around the ring. These 3 showmen did the best on the lead and on the prop, setting up at the standstill. My compliments to y'all. If you will, give them a big round of applause. We'll work through the second heat.
Now entering the arena is heat number 2 for senior showmen.
Well, again, incredible group senior showmen here to sort through, and it's going to get tough when we bring this heat and combine them, and we're going to find you a top 5 later on here. My compliments to y'all. I'm not sure if there's 10-year 4-H members in here. Surely there probably is. So if that is the case, I apologize. You didn't get kept out here, but I do want to compliment you. You're all doing an incredible good job. This group was deep, and I made that last decision there, made you work for it. There's a couple of you that did such a smooth job. If we were just a little intense, there's a fine line of being laid back, calm, and kind of standing there versus manipulating your animal to give the best views. So I guess you can come back and listen to my thoughts when I find the top 5, but there's a couple of you that just need to be a little more amplified when we get them, when I'm working around the front view, showing them all for switching sides. It's not a race, but we got to keep them square, and we got to be smooth about it and know where the judge is going. These 3 did the best in terms of presentation, knowing where I was going to be at and getting the job done, making sure their animal looked the best throughout the drive. My compliments to y'all. Great group of showmen to sort through.
Now entering the arena is the final round for the senior showmanship.
Well, if you will, ringside, last time I asked you this evening, give a big round of applause. Put your hands together for this group of showmen. Incredibly deep group, a senior showman. It was deep in the heats, and it's deep when we get out here. I talked to the two young men that I pulled. They're going to be 6th and 5th, just as I pulled them. And the bummer is they do an incredible job. The young man in 6th, that doe just didn't want to stand still when we got her lined up. He's doing an incredible job. He knows what to do. His presentation is killer good. That doe just made it really, really hard for him as a partner. She was just being a little difficult. Young man in the purple, you did a lights out job all day long. At times there's too many views. The front feet were a little off. We got to be smoother when we're getting around the front end of that goat. There were times you just lost a little control. You stepped out of line as you were transitioning sides. And I'm not trying to be picky. I'm just calling it as it is. This is a deep group. Them two are very, very elite showmen. We're just treading in some deep water here. And these are the 4 that I think put together just the presentation, not only of themselves, but the animals alike. And it's challenging. I do think I'm comfortable with my champion. For reserve, it's going to get really, really close and difficult. And honestly, I'm going to set the mic down after I select the champion and maybe just study him one more time because I know you guys have put a lot of work into this and you're all being so intense and competitive out here, so I know what it means to you. My compliments to you all. There's a couple of you out here, the longer we were out here, the better you did, and you even maybe changed up the style of showman. Young lady up front, she was bracing initially. Doe was being a little antsy on her. She says she's a little March born and obviously doesn't maybe have the time in the ring. She switched it up and she's done better. Heads up, great presentation. She was being a little difficult on the brace, but the longer she stuck with it, and that makes a good showman. We obviously know she's an elite showman and she knows how to manipulate her animal to give the judge the best of look. My compliments to her. Young man in the black, lights out. And I want to commend him, or maybe it was the parent that told him. Somebody was listening to me early on the mic talk about setting the feet and getting into them. Because when we watched him show originally, he kind of lifted that goat up to get a brace. And out here, he showed he did not have to pick that goat up. That goat naturally drives into him. So I want to compliment him, or maybe his mentor who gave him a little heads up there, because, man, that really allowed you to excel here. And you don't miss a beat. So my compliments to you there. Young lady with the red doe, all day long. Incredible job. You are so smooth. You're so calm. That doe does everything you asked her to do. In terms of presentation, lights out. When I asked people to tell me about their project, she was very knowledgeable. She easily did the best job, in my opinion, telling me about her project, and I think that's worth mentioning. At times, we're a little out of line, and we're a little off on back feet. I'm going to be crucial there, but, man, you do an incredible job. Young man that comes next. All throughout the day, you brought in goats that worked incredibly good for you. It's pretty easy to tell that you've been putting in the time at home because they prance around the ring for you. They prop up, heads up for you. You plant the feet square and true and don't miss a beat. Man, it gets close. The longer we get out here, there's one that gets the most out of their animal, doesn't miss it throughout the whole duration of the drive. Young man in the black is going to be our champion. Congratulations to him. Like we talked, it gets real close here, and I've already described them once, so I'll just tell you how I like them aligned from here on out. Young man in the peach shirt is going to be our reserve. Young lady with the red doe will be 3rd. Young lady up front will be 4th. Congratulations, all of you. An incredible group of showmen. Thank you for having me out here to sort through the show. I highly encourage you to thank those that put on the show. I've been a part of county fairs, and honestly, sometimes it is a thankless job. It's a lot of work, so make sure you thank them. Congratulations to you all.
And senior showman is Landon Blunt. Congratulations. And thank you to our sponsor, Farm Credit Mid-America. And thank you to M&B Shively Farms for capturing our favorite memories at the Meat Goat Show as the official event photographer. Have a good evening, everyone.